I think we're live. At least I hope so. You never know. So today we are testing a few little changes. For one, I hope the audio got turned down just a little bit. We're also listening to some chill stuff today, so it'll be quieter music in general. But I was listening to the last stream we did, and it was weird because the music was loud on my phone, but it was actually okay on other devices. So I don't know what that necessarily means, but I did turn it down just a little bit more than we had it last time. Also, I think you might notice that this section here, where the song scroller is, it's a little bit smaller. At least it should be. I'm recording at 4K now. I might still be streaming at 1080 or 720, but we'll be recording at 4K because I want the videos to go up on YouTube at 4K. And since this is a 4K monitor, I might as well do it. And the computer can handle it, so fuck it. Why not? Why not? Other than that, what else is different today? Oh, you might have noticed, I mean, there's no coincidence that the background changed pretty quickly while I was talking. I put the backgrounds on a rotation of 1 minute instead of 10, which I still feel is a little bit too much. I wish Windows had an option for 5 minutes because I feel like that would be a little more okay with me, or maybe 3 minutes even. But I don't know. I just wanted to have more backgrounds going through because I noticed on the last stream that we only had one pretty lady on the background the whole, like pretty much most of the time. What else? I think that's it. So what are we doing today? We are going to be looking at our website again. I have a couple updates on the website. We are hosting somewhere now. Let me show you exactly where that is. 1 second. All right, so it's going to be villainitesite.azurewebsites.net, and you'll see this is now being hosted on Azure Websites. So we are not using a custom domain, so obviously it's still just villainitewebsites.azurewebsites.net. We can change that once we start moving into the next paid version of their hosting, which we'll do probably once we get some more functionality in place. Oops. Oh, shoot. There we go. Go away. So for now, we're just staying here. We're going to stay in this kind of little world. And today, what I want to do is see if we can build a navigation for this website, because we'll accomplish a couple things. Moving the to-do list and the hardware and software list into their own pages, getting a navigation bar set up, and or a navigation system of some kind. I'm not sure what I want to go with yet. Maybe a bar, maybe not. We'll see. And then after that, meanwhile, so another thing I want to show is GitHub. If you go to GitHub now, go to GitHub-Villainite Enterprises. You'll see everything we've built on stream so far. Now these 2 streams are probably gone, but we did build these on stream. And then Villainite site is here as well. All the code is here and ready for inspection and or download and or branching and all that good stuff. So we're going to be tracking issues or things to do here in the issue system. So a lot of the stuff that's going to be here regarding the website itself when we moved into that section as well, like switching over to SaaS and ability to request browser support, blah, blah, blah. And let's just go ahead and say, oh, I got to log in. Yeah, okay, we're here. Cool. Add navigation. That's pretty straightforward. There's no reason to put a comment there. All right, so we're going to add a navigation. That is issue number 5, but we're going to be taking care of it now. Actually, we'll probably be taking care of this and navigation today. Light mode, dark mode changing. I don't really want to yet. That is mostly because I'm being lazy, and I reserve the right to be so. So there. Nope, that's not how I wanted it. Give me just a little. There we go. Cool. I want this browser. Well, actually, it's going to be a different browser later, but actually, yeah, because it's going to be this browser. That's the one I care about. There we go. Yep. Oh, come on. Just go over there. Yeah, so I have a program for my work computer that moves a lot of this stuff around. Makes it really easy. Might have to just grab that same software here. Okay. Hopefully we can read that on stream. Well, yeah, it's kind of annoying. But anyway, let's pop out of mobile and just zoom in on this guy. So support light mode, dark mode changing. Let's actually open up this one too. Add the ability to request browser support for site. Review. Okay, so we did that. I did that. Oh, we're going with Azure, obviously. Azure websites. I mean, that's kind of a given. Decided to go with Azure just because it was easiest. Use proper fonts. Okay, that's there. Switch to SAS. Build a navigation. Move to do. Set up Minecraft server because we're a bunch of children. Okay, so I think all of these things can come off the list now because we're not going to be using that anymore. So let's just do that real quick. And then what we'll do is probably include, what was the last one? Oh, move, what was it? Software, hardware, list to its own page. And then move to do list to its own page. Okay. So now our to-do list is here. Aside from our general to-do list of general things, so we'll actually add a so what we're going to do is basically say, all right. So here we're going to say finish items on GitHub issues. So we'll do an AF here, and then we're going to do, I like to do a target blank. So it'll open up in its own tab. That's not what I said. Come on. And then what else do I want to do? Ariel, no follow. There we go. So then close the A tag, and we're good there. So let's stop that and run that. Make sure that's working okay. So one of the things I did set up too is that whenever we deploy to the master branch on GitHub, it will be triggering a deployment out to Azure. So as long as we keep pushing up changes to that master branch, I think we're going to be all good. So GitHub issues were there. So then, okay, cool. So let's get started on navigation. And first thing I want to do is kind of go over some navigation options. So we can have, let's see, HTML5 side navigation. Now, I'm just saying HTML5 just for the sake of it, but side nav overlay. So this is kind of a side nav. This is a really good example, actually. Let's make this a little bigger so we can see more here. Yeah, so you have like a side nav here kind of thing. You can have whatever we decide to go with. That's kind of like a button maybe on the top that says, hey, open this. We could do without no navigation there. We can do kind of like a push everything over idea. We can do push everything over and then darken everything, which I kind of like those usually. Or actually, a mix of this with the opacity shading is kind of what I tend to prefer. And then That one I'm not crazy about. Big monitors, it might be a little much. I don't know. I'm on the fence about that one. So that's one option. The other option is we do navigation kind of like here. Like allows us to break out and do things like this. Now the cool thing about going with this kind of option is that we could basically start implementing functionality that says, all right, if they click on something that's got a ton of like smaller sections underneath it, we could do something like this. So it kind of takes care of itself in that sense. So obviously the first thing we got to consider though is how do we want to do it on mobile? On mobile, obviously the best option is always sidebar. So the idea is let's make it for mobile first, and then get the determination based on that afterwards on what we want to do with the rest of it. So where do we start? Let's see here. Go to the layout, and there's our navigation. It's empty navigation. And I think first thing I want to do is start with just a navigation bar on the top, regardless of what option we go with. I do want just a navigation bar at the top with maybe a Nether and the word Realigning after it. And then I guess for now we just do maybe not centered. We can do that like on the left of the line, and then do a browser opening sandwich icon. Hamburger icon. It's this thing. This is actually called a hamburger icon, which gets often confused with actual hamburger icons. But this hamburger icon, which I've seen called that many times, is kind of what we would place on the top right corner, whereas the logo would go on the top left corner. And I would want them both to kind of match look and feel, so like they'd both be the same color and kind of thing like that. So, you know, it's kind of like a branding thing there. So, what does that mean? What does all that mean? All that means is we kind of got a rough idea of what we want it to look. In fact, we could open up Photoshop and I can kind of go that direction with it, but I think it's easier if we just go ahead and open up the website now and start messing around with the code directly in place. So we're going to bring it down to like a mobile-ish size, just because the zoom here is a little easier than it would be on the little simulator. So I think we can zoom in more. Yeah, get it a little wider here. Kind of perspective-wise, or at least relative to what might be the dimensions-ish of a phone. So we'll start with this, and we can, you know, obviously double check it once we actually get a finished product of some kind, or at least a prototype of some kind put together. So how do we do this? Nav display block is pretty great. So that means the header and nav are just block elements, kind of like a div. Same thing in this case. So we can put styles on the nav itself. So let's see what happens if we start putting backgrounds on this. So nav background. Let's start with like a yellow. Height 130 pixels, 140 pixels. All right, that's a lot. So first thing out of the gate is one of the things that we did on the first stream might have been a mistake. So one thing to notice immediately is the fact that now there's no way to get it to be flush with the corners, because we ended up putting padding on the body itself. So what we're going to do, I think we're going to approach this a slightly different way. We're going to be taking the padding out of the body and then add the padding to the elements that are within the body instead. So you'll notice footer, div, and header are all the objects that are within the body. They can handle their own padding, kind of on their own terms. So what we'll do is, let's say header ID, oops, no, that's not what I said. ID, site, header, and then ID site body, and then footer is going to have an ID of, you guessed it, site footer. I was trying to come up with something funny and I could not. So that's that. All right, so let's make those guys first. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come back down here, change the padding of these guys. So take the padding off of the body and then bring it here. So site header, site body. I'm going to zoom into these a little bit. Site footer. Okay. So basically, that'll leave the padding in margin 0 for body. And then we could do move these guys up here and just call that a day. All right, clean that up a little bit. I do kind of want the A tags to be, you know what? Here's the we'll reorganize the CSS later, I think. We'll come back to that at some other point once we start talking about Webpack and all that stuff. So for now, though, this will be good. So let's go ahead and see how this looks. Yep. Yep. Okay. So it's not bad. Let me show you what's going on now. So you'll see header has its own padding, body has its own padding, footer has its own padding, and the footer down here has its own padding. So the downside to this, well, it may not be the downside, it may be expected behavior, and that's okay, is that now, instead of, just having padding on the sides, now header and footer and div and, the site header, site body, and site footer all have their own double spacing in between each other. Even though, that's not quite how far heading and footer are away from the browser window. But again, this gap might be fine. I mean, this gap looks okay. It's a clear visual separation between the elements, so that might be completely okay. We might be good to stick to that. So let's go back to Nav again, and let's start adding classes here, or styles here again. So let's say height 1 rem, just so we have something to play with here, and then color. Let's just make it green. Not color. I want background color. Yeah. So we're not going to keep it green, but that's there now. So we have two options. Either we can put the color of the background on that, or we can put the color not on everything, because I just realized I was trying to put it on the site header, but that did not work out for me. So I want just the site header. Background lime. So you'll see the lime section is the header. The green section is the nav. So then the question is, where do we want, or how do we want our navigation to exist? That character width looks huge, but again, that's because we're on a big monitor here, a big screen, so it may not be that big once we actually get it to be more stylized. So I'm thinking I'm okay with, let's see, icons are usually 16 by 16, 32 by 32, 48 by 48. So we'd probably want to say, let's see here. Do we have I don't know if we have a white Netzer that we can just use for this just yet. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the other monitor to see if I can find just a plain white looking Netzer that we can use for this. We probably do, but I don't know if it's the right white. So let's just open up Photoshop real quick and let's make us a file. If you don't have access to Photoshop, obviously you can use tools like one I really like, a web-based tool is just very similar to Photoshop. Oh my gosh, what's it called? Holy crap! I can't believe I'm blanking on what that tool is called. Give me 1 second. Web-based Photoshop alternative. Pixlr, that's the one. Yeah, I've tried some of the other ones. They're not nearly as good. Pixlr is really good, and no kidding, is by far the most powerful free Photoshop alternative you'll find. It really is. It's a really, really nice alternative to having Photoshop if you don't want to spend money on Photoshop, which is completely understandable because it's not cheap. All right, so we're going to move this over to a canvas size that is a square. And then we're going to drop the size just a wee bit before centering it again. All right. I don't want that. And what we'll do here is we're going to change the color to be our proper white color, which is where now? Here. There it is. All right, well, almost disappeared on us, but it'll be fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to save this for web, and we're going to drop this down to, I think 580 is actually probably fine. It's about as big as it could possibly ever get on any device, I think. 580, I honestly would be amazed if it reached that size, so 270 might be a little safer, to be honest. Basically, you want to go the biggest it will ever could possibly be without being overzealous. I mean, there's no reason it should ever really even be this big. So, let's just drop that on a solid 200. Yeah, I think that's fine. So there's no reason it should ever be over 200, but that'll be fine for now. So we're going to do so oh, that's supposed to have an S at the end. Where'd it go? Okay, there. And call this brand white Nether. That'll work. I think that's it for now. We might generate our own hamburger icon later. I'm not really sure how we're going to approach that just yet, because you can kind of make that with CSS. So you can programmatically make that icon. Obviously the Nether is a little bit harder to do so with. Another thing we can look into is, and I haven't messed around with these before, just because I haven't had a reason to necessarily. We've always had, most recently on my projects, I have design partners that do a lot of this image stuff for me. So I haven't had a reason to mess with SVG graphics. I know we could potentially convert the Nether into an SVG, and I think we would probably actually save it out as an SVG from Photoshop, I think. Which I probably should have checked before closing Photoshop. Save SVG from Photoshop. How do I export an image as an SVG? You can export. Oh, okay. Well, I might just want to do that then. Now that I think about it, let's open Photoshop back up. Might have to go through that process again because I was too dumb to save the PSD version. Silly bunny. You're so stupid. All right, let's open this guy up again. New with a, actually, let's just go for 1000, 1000 canvas. All right, that's actually pretty good right there. Yeah, that's perfect. All right. And I can make as many of these as I want, obviously, because I have the EPS, so I'm not really terribly worried about getting this perfect or, you know, make it super reusable, to be completely honest. But it is nice to have things be reusable, just in general. Site projects, brand, white, Nether, and then they said, okay. They said file, export, let's see, export as. All right, what do we got here? SVG. Only RGB documents can be exported as SVG. Oh, how do I change that again? Image mode, RGB. Yes. Merge layers? Yes. That's fine. Okay. Just make sure the color overlay is right still. Okay. Save this PSD again. Export as SVG. Now, ideally, the reason we're doing this is because SVGs should be a lot more web friendly than PNGs even. They're a lot more versatile in the way they can resize. So making an icon an SVG is a better bet in general. Now, there's a proper way to do this as actual HTML code or CSS code. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Maybe that'll be one of the projects we take on later on. For now, though, I'm okay with this. I'm happy with what we got, and it'll work. All right. So, what next? I guess in the navigation, we're going to have and this will be going to the home page. Now there is a proper way to do this with like actual razor styling, and it's one of the things I'm gonna have to keep reminding myself to do is actually use razor. I just always forget about it, but we'll try to remember. Let's see. We're gonna go. I guess we'll call it home, but this icon, this actually probably will not be showing very much. Will it? Actually, We'll just call it Realigning for now. And then, so we're gonna make an unordered list here. Li. What else do we want? We want well, the other thing is to be the H for the hamburger. Is that how I want to do this? Not quite. That is not how I want to do this. I know. Yeah. What are the other pages? Good Lord, I forgot our other pages. To do and software hardware list. Okay. to do hardware and software. All right, so that's our navigation. And then up here, I want to do a div that is the main main nav. Yeah, I'm gonna call it the main nav because it's gonna have two sections. Logo and burger. So it'll have the logo on the left and the hamburger icon on the right. I think that's how I want to approach it. It's going to have like a 50-50 split, which is not a big deal because we could do whatever, a 70-30 split between the amount of space they take up. It doesn't matter as long as the burger's on the right and the logo's on the left. And I don't think the logo's ever going to get bigger than 50-50, so as long as we stay within the confines of a 50-50 split, we should be fine, unless we are worried about the burger getting too big or something, which is unlikely, because we'll have a max height on this too, which is another topic of consideration, but I think we're good for now. All right, so let's actually just go ahead and put the image here. So we'll grab the image here in a minute, and then we'll say Realigning. Well, do we want to use it as an image? No, I'm going to use it as a background image. And you'll see how I do that here in a second. So this is going to be class logo and class menu. I could call it burger, but I don't want to. Menu. Oh, there. And since I'm capitalizing them, I might as well just make them IDs, because screw it. That's what they are. They're the only logo that's going to be on the site, unless there's a class for a logo, in which case that would imply that I'm showing multiple logos in a row. Man, Windows sounds are still coming through, huh? Where are they? Open sound mixer. They're unmuted. Mute yourselves, you jerks. What the heck? I muted those earlier. They were unmuted all of a sudden. I don't know, guys. The computer's doing things all on its own now. Let's see here. I should be fine. So, wait, before I do that, let's bring the image in. The image actually has to be part of the file structure. So let's see here. www.root, CSS, JS, library. So in the www.root folder, we're going to add a folder called images. And we're going to say, we're going to add an existing item. We're going to go find that particular existing item. No, where did I put it? Site projects. Let's just grab that SVG. See how that works. So I'm going to Google real quick using an SVG via CSS, because I don't remember small file sizes that compress well, scales to any size well, losing clarity, except very tiny. Looks great on retina displays. Design something in Adobe Illustrator. Use a kiwi bird standing on an oval. Cool. Artboard is cropped right up against the edges. Canvas, blah, blah. Okay. Interesting part here is you can either press OK and save the file or press SVG code. We'll open up the text edit with SVG code in it. I save, okay. It's exactly how big the image will be on the file, on the page, left to itself. You can change the size. Okay, browser support. Going really quickly through this just because I want to make sure I'm doing this right. I don't want using SVG as a background image. Yep. Okay, I mean, I guess the other option would have been to just bring the SVG code in, so it's not another. There, data URLs for SVGs. Another way to use SVGs is to convert them into data URLs. Data URLs might not save your actual file size, but can be more efficient because data is right there. It doesn't require an additional network request. Online conversion tools for that base 64ing. And I generally don't think that's a good idea for SVG. Simply paste the contents of your SVG file and fill out the form. But I generally don't think that's a good idea for SVG. Why don't you? Probably don't base 64 SVG. Base 64 looks like gibberish, and we often associate gibberish with compression of the web. But this gibberish isn't compression, it's actually a bit bigger than the original because, to quote John Skeet on the same Stack Overflow thread, it takes 4 characters per 3. Okay. Simply paste the contents of your SVG file and fill out the form. Okay. We talked about so far except inline SVG because, but just put the gibberish where it says this converter is my favorite, as it leaves the SVG as mostly readable text. Okay. So what you're saying is if I go to this folder, so I'll put folder file and path, and I right click and open with, oops, that's not what I wanted. Open with, choose another app, Notepad. There it is. So there's a bunch of like, you'll see it's just a bunch of crap. Looks kind of like HTML, and basically it is. So I can either just grab all of this and just stick it right in there, or grab all of this and run to that converter that the guy likes. So how does he like it? Ready for CSS, background image. There we go. So what does all this mean? Is that now that we've done all that work, we can go here in logo and say the background image goes here just like that. Oops. So we can try that and see how that looks. Very curious to see how this actually ends up, because I haven't messed with SVG too much in the past. Doesn't look like it's working. In fact, the SVG looks very, very blank. Quite extra blank. So what if instead I say URL images, what did I call it? Brand white Nesser? Oh, come on. It's not working either. Oops. Is it not there? It's not there. Did I get the name wrong? I did. I did get the name wrong. There's no dashes in it, you idiot. What a damn fool. Oh, what the hell? What? Am I losing my mind? Okay, whatever. That's annoying. URL, images, brand white Nizer, not SVG. I bet it's white brand Nizer. Nope, brand white Nizer, not SVG. That's the path it should be then. So the SVG's not working. Now this could be because of the browser. Alright, so it's there. It's very pixelated, which I'm not a huge fan of. That's because we're zoomed in. There, it's not so pixelated now. Not at all. So why isn't it working? Let's copy this path just as is. Oh, there it is. Weird. Okay. Alright, what does this mean? Alright. Oh, what the hell? Now it's loading the whole thing. Did it just take a while to load this stupid thing? I guess so. Alright, so it's not loading it the way I want it. So one thing I'm going to have to do, I have an EPS format obviously, and I actually have an Illustrator format of this file too. I just don't have Illustrator installed. So going through Photoshop and turning this into an SVG via Photoshop, I think is not ideal. I think you're actually supposed to use Illustrator for that stuff because it handles vectors better. So what we're going to do for now is we're going to stay with the PNG format because I don't want to go through the process of installing Illustrator right now, and the PNG is just a bit more reliable than what we're seeing at the moment. So I think that's our path forward for now. I just need to actually grab Illustrator and install it, because using I just don't think using Photoshop, unless someone else knows how to do that with Photoshop, and maybe I just did something wrong. There's supposed to be a better way to convert. If there's a better way to convert an AI file or an EPS file into SVG format with Photoshop, let me know. But otherwise, we'll have to grab Illustrator, I think. It's weird because they're vector-based formats. So yeah, I don't know what the issue is. Well, the weird thing, I can't just let this go, can I? See, it's taking forever to load. Because it's there. It's definitely there. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, it's not one. Images. Yeah. And it's interesting, it only shows up after I've loaded it. And it does have that white space on the side, which means it's counting the rest of it as part of the graphic. Yeah, which makes me wonder if this is not even a proper SVG now, because SVG should be edge to edge. So I'm starting to think maybe I screwed something up. So we're just going to go with what is normal and what is easiest. I mean, not normal, but what is easiest right now, based on the tools we have. So we're going to kill the SVG. We're going to bring the PNG in. So let's do that now. Nope, not new item. Existing item, PNG. All right. So you can drag and drop files from there. It'll kind of make a little bit of stuff for you, but because it's trying to do it locally, it give you a bad file path. But now this is cleaner to what I want. All right, so the logo is going to be the PNG, and that should be easier to just immediately load. There we go. So obviously the file size is still an issue, or the image size is still an issue. So background, let's see, background position, left, center, background size, auto, no, not auto, 100%. See, that's the weird part. I don't want it at 100%. I want, so what is it at right now? That's not even 100%. So why is it so big? 200 pixels, 100 pixels. Something's not right here. This is not what I'm used to seeing. Well, background, repeat. Where's repeat? No repeat. 50%. Nope. Auto 100%. There we go. So I want the width to be auto and I want the height to be 100%. So basically, whatever the width. So yeah, so it's clockwise. So is it? Oh, that's weird. That actually should be backwards. Shouldn't it? So that's the height being 100%. And the width being auto. This would be the height being auto and the width being 100%. I think it's, yeah. I'm a little confused about this one now. Yeah, okay, so this is the width. Weird. Okay, so it is backwards to what I was expecting. So here's why I'm confused. So margin has a potential of 4 objects. This is top, right, bottom, left. And if you use 2, this is top and bottom, left and right. For some reason, background sizes are backwards, and I don't think I've ever noticed that until literally just now. So yeah, so it's auto height and a width that is no more than what it can. I don't know. It's auto width and a height that is no more than what it can fill for that particular object. So it will never be bigger than the text itself, which is probably going to be even better when we have the SVG format in there. But I don't see this getting better or bigger than 200 pixels, honestly. So we're going to add height 200 pixels. How big did we save it? Because now I forgot. Was it 100? No, I don't remember anything. It is 200 by 200. Oh, I forget. I keep forgetting that I'm actually zoomed in here. So it's going to make everything extra big. Still not what I'm expecting to see. Okay, well, okay, yeah. Well, that's with full height. That's at full height, so I don't want that. And that is what it'll look like right now. So we don't want that necessarily, but we do want it kind of in that area. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some padding to the logo itself, to the logo object. So padding left. So we have two options. Like I said, you know, we could either do padding and then just go 0, 0, 0, and then use the left one to say 50 pixels, which is a lot. Really pushes that out. Or we can say padding left and then get rid of all those other characters. Do that. Either way, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter. I have tried to start making it a habit to do this, but whenever you're talking about like high level items, it's okay to use padding. It all really comes down to whenever you have to overwrite styles later on in the style sheets and kind of setting that up for yourself, making your life easier later. So in this case, we're going to do 1 REM, 1.5 REM. So it's about a character and a half. Maybe a little less than that is okay. And then what we'll do, actually, we're going to do this as an EM, because then what I want to do is font size. We're going to do 1 REM, 2 REM, and everything kind of sizes up equally in respect to each other. I think that looks good. I'm okay with that. Maybe a 1.5 and potentially a 1.75. 1.75 looks good. I like that for now. The font is not the one I want to use, but this looks good for now. So then the next question is, all right, well, what do we do with all this? We've made quite a few changes, so let's just grab all of this crap here and move this in here so that we don't lose any of that. What else we got going on? So we want these two to be a 50-50 split, and I don't want them to take up all that space either, though. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to use Flexboxes here. So MainNav is going to have a display of flex. I think it's like that. And then logo will have a display of, I think that's, hold on, let me refresh myself on Flex. Again, this is the downside of using Bootstrap so much, because you forget how to set up Flex yourself. CSS3 Flexbox. Yeah, whatever, this will work. Man, CSS Tricks is really making an appearance on this stream, huh? All right, what are we doing? Yeah, so we have the container, and then we have the items. So we know that our main nav is the container, and we have our logo and menu opener as the items. So the container gets display flex, we did that right. And then flex direction. Okay, I remember reading all this recently, actually, fairly recently. Okay, so ordering is super nice because you can kind of manipulate that on the fly. Flex grow, flex direction. I don't think we have to do too much else now that I think about it. Justify. Okay, so yeah, justify content. Flex start, flex end, flex center, space between, space around. I think flex between would be kind of nice. So one thing I just noticed too is font size is set to 1.75 REM on the logo, but now that I think about it, it doesn't need to be on the logo. It should probably be on the parent object of logo, which is MainNav. So that way, now we're a Villeneuve burger. So the best kind of burger, if I do say so myself. So I think this is a little cleaner now. So what we're going to do is say flex space. No, what was it? Flex justify. It is flex justify, right? Justify content. Just justify content. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, so justify content and then flex space between. Space between. This actually, I like this a lot. It is gonna always keep them separated. Now, obviously, when they come too close together, that might be an issue. But because this will be a single character, the same size, we're gonna try to get it the exact same size as the actual Nether across the side. Those two icons should be identical to each other in dimensions, so this should work out pretty well. The only main difference is that the burger icon is going to be just visually bigger because the Nether, has padding on the left and right because it's more a tall image than it is a wide image, whereas the burger is going to be a solid square. So anyway, not that I need to explain shapes to people, but shapes, they're cool. All right, let's get rid of everything besides the B. I want to see. I mean, it's about a character. Let's just do an O, just so. Oh, no, don't do that. What just happened? Go away. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what the dimensions of it are going to be. Maybe a little bit bigger. In fact, what is going on there? Oh, because the image is going to fill the top and bottom by 100%, whereas the characters are going to have some character padding, line height. That's the issue. So if I come here and say line height 1 REM, that's not good. That's interesting. Font size 1 REM. Oh, my bad. So this would be 0.75. Yep. I think I prefer this the way it is now. For now, at least. Let's just leave it like that for now. So this guy's gonna go, oops. This guy's gonna go here. We're gonna get rid of this. Put this guy over here and get rid of the div just because I don't want to be that specific about that. And then menu opener. So CSS 3, CSS Hamburger Icon. Learn how to create the menu icon with CSS. Here it is. And personally, I actually like this one. There's one problem I have with this one, and I think it's still true for that one looks better. I've seen this one in action before, and sometimes if you don't code it right, it ends up one-sided. All right, I like this approach, so we're gonna try this. Yep. Example explain, animated icon. Okay, so this is done with JavaScript. So one thing I usually tell people whenever they're looking to get code examples from the internet is Sure, I can just copy and paste all this code, but here's the thing. And some people might roll their eyes at me for saying this, but if you copy and paste this code and don't type it in yourself, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to ever understand what's actually going on. Whereas when you start typing it in and, kind of making yourself read it as you type it, it starts to really set in your head of what is this code doing. I don't like copy and pasting code that I don't like what it does. I think any good developer will prevent themselves or will stop themselves from just copy and pasting any ridiculous amount of code on anything. Because again, if you don't know what it does, you shouldn't be putting it on your website. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this. We're going to say, all right, I see what it's doing. So we're going to use this code as a base to start. So we're going to use the on-click here. Toggle menu. This, and then we're going to say div class bar bar1. The reason I'm doing two classes is because if I want to change, well, never mind. That's what menu opener is for. There's no reason to pile up any more classes. So if I want to change the color of all of them, I would make a class basically called, I would make a directive here in CSS called menu opener. Oh my gosh. Please excuse the cat. bar1. So bar3, bar2. Which is probably what they're doing anyway. But what this lets me do now is these here, just gotta file them up that way. So we're gonna do the bar1, bar2, bar3. Yeah, they're doing something similar. So bar2, 1, 2, 3. So they set the sizes and all that stuff there. Height is going to be interesting because we're basing everything off of REMs and EMs. So what I want to do actually is say the bars are going to be a width of 1 EM. So I want that to be respective of the parent container. So if we ever change the size of the header as a whole, then this will change in scope with it. So it's going to be, each one is going to be a width of 1 EM, and then the height of 0.25 EM, which might be too big. Well, yeah, it is too big. Because it might be a little thick, but we'll come back to that, because that's basically splitting into fours and then splitting those 3 bars into sections of fourths. You'll see. Background color. Why do you cover the background color? Whatever. Oh, I guess that makes sense. We'll just do it red for now, just so it's easily visible. Okay, so they're adding a margin. I'm not worried about the margin just yet. So I'm not really worried about the animation just yet. I just want to keep these classes up and running here. So we should be able to see the bar now. We'll come back for the JavaScript here in a second. Just make sure that the CSS is looking okay. It's too thick. So what's going on? What if we go with a ones? Okay, so I see what's going on. So it's not bad. However, the issue we're having now is that it doesn't have any padding or anything. So we're gonna say padding. I don't know. What did they do? They did margin, right? Just to keep it consistent. Margin 1 pixel. I don't like that. And in fact, because we're using Flexbox, I wonder if we should be using Flexbox to do this. So how does Flexbox handle vertical alignment? Direction. row, row, reverse, column, column, reverse. So row, row, reverse, column, column, reverse. So if we wanted to set these three bars up as columns, we would basically say menu opener. In fact, actually, let's see if we can just do it with this guy. Display. Oh, no. We do want to go to menu opener. So menu opener. I want to call it flex direction column. Okay. And then not quite. Okay, see, it's got, well, obviously it's got a whole fourth of space left. So how do I equispace it? Equispace. Oh, we know that. Space between. We already know the answer to that. Justify. Though I don't know if this works for vertical spacing. It does not seem to. So how do we do vertical spacing? Okay. Flex box vertical spacing. Giving wrapped flex boxes items vertical spacing. Okay. If you force wrapping to apply by applying a width, you can then use the margins as you would normally would without setting a height. Well, I don't want to use margins. I want, yeah, well, defining the margin doesn't help anyone because that's not what I want. I want them to be equally spaced from each other at all times. Giving them a bottom border. No, that's super hacky. Equal vertical spacing with a flexbox column. You just need to specify the flex length of each root item in the flex container to 1. Oh, that makes sense. So, flex length of each root item in the flex container to 1. So this will evenly space them so as they try to take up a proportional amount of space in the flex direction. So what he's saying is, so the container is flex container, and obviously the flex items are the A tags? Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay. So flex 1. No, that's not working. Max height, flex direction column. Let's get rid of this guy. Align items. Align items center. Yeah, I don't think that would do anything. I don't think I have to do this, but height 100%. Yeah, I don't think so. It's already at 100%. Oh, in fact, that made it smaller. Yeah, that lost the extra fourth. Yeah, I don't like that. Border radius, max height auto. What if I, but the width is gonna be, yeah. Flex wrap. Justify content. I don't have to put it here, right? Justify content. Space around. Space between. Is that what I put on the last one? It was. Well, I don't like it, but I guess what we could do is just go ahead and put the margin on there. Not a fan of this approach. I want to see what this guy says he did. But that's not what I want. No, that's a row, not a column. Oh, wait. Okay, so these items are evenly spaced. Oh, I guess it helps if I do display flex. Is that it? No. Oh. Oh, that filled up. I kind of did it. Oh, but it's filling them up. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, so actually not a bad approach to this. So it'll always, yeah. God damn it. I don't know what I want to do yet. So, all right. Once you actually get it to flex, it fills up the whole space. So it doesn't really care what the height you set it at. Well, you set each option at. What if I do max height? Oh. Oh, see, and that's our issue with using EMs now. So what if we just say 2? It's a little nicer. What about 1 EM? 1, 5. 1, 2, 5. 1.6. 1.7. 1.8. I think I like 1.5. And we're going to grab white for this guy. All right. That looks okay, I think. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's grab this guy, put him there, and then grab this guy, grab menu opener, put that here. And honestly, because this is all that's there, I'm just going to leave this as, just give me that. Call it a day there. There's no reason to be specific about 1, 2, and 3, 4 right now. At least not at this particular time. All right, so let's close this, reload, make sure that looks okay. All right. That looks decent. Yeah. All right, let's work on the animation part now. So one thing I do want to do is see how they're doing displaying like block and pointer. Cursor pointer is probably something I want to actually use here. So what I want to do is here, cursor pointer. And basically that tells the cursor to change into a little click like a hand icon whenever somebody hovers over it. So rotate the first bar. So here's where the bar actually matters. So it rotates the first bar by negative 45 degrees. Hides the second bar, and then rotates the top bar by 45 degrees. I'm not sure what translate does. I forget actually what translate does. So let's do this one piece at a time and see what actually happens. So first things first, let's get the JavaScript to actually work. So what this JavaScript does is pretty straightforward, but what it is doing, we'll move it down here to the bottom because this is where we want to run scripts. So function, oops, actually, script type. Oh, computer just glitched out on me just then. Function, toggle nav, take a menu opener, X. And then, yeah, see, I don't like X. I really hate writing functions with single letter variables just because as another developer comes in and just tries to read this code, they're not going to know what the fuck X is. So toggle menu opener, triggering element. So we're going to say this is the element that's triggering this. So triggering element class list toggle change. Now I did not know that JavaScript supported this class list toggle now, so that's kind of cool. So what we're going to do now is say menu div, menu opener dot change div. We're just going to rotate everything by 45 degrees and see how that looks for now. 45, rotate, transform. Nope. Transform, rotate 45 degrees. And I think translate actually moves it up and down, which I kind of see what they're doing, but we'll come back to that. Come on. No. Damn you. Okay. Yep. Okay. So as soon as you click it, it should do the thing. Oh, no, you know why? Because, well, no, it should do the thing. It's probably because I changed the name of the function when I was writing it, like an idiot. Toggle menu. There we go. Yep. All right. So you'll see that when you hover, it actually changes to the cursor, if you can see that. If not, then, well, just try it at home. All right, so now it turns all of them 45 degrees. And then it'll toggle that class over and over again. So what you'll see, what's actually going on in the code, is it's adding a class of change to menu opener because that's what I told the JavaScript to do. And once I click it again, the class goes to an empty state, just because there are no other classes on there. So that's super nice. That is kind of what we're looking for. So then the question is, what do we do with this information? We can immediately say, all right, so what we need to do is whenever the change class is on here, I want bar 3 to be the one just to move 45 degrees. And I want bar 1 to be negative 45 degrees. So what does bar 2 do? Bar 2, they changed the opacity, but I'm just going to display none. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. We're going to say hidden, visibility hidden, which is the same thing as lowering the opacity. I actually would have to double check and do a little bit of research to see why you would choose one over the other, opacity 0 versus a visibility hidden. We can look into that here in a second and see why one would be preferred over the other. But we kind of got something going on here. See? It's a little bit of something happening. So before we move too far, I do want to double check that we're not doing something terrible by doing visibility hidden. So visibility hidden versus opacity 0 CSS. There we go. All right, so visibility hidden, opacity 0, or display none, which is the first one I tried. I actually know this one does something different. This one will actually remove the object entirely from ever existing in the code. At least it treats the rest of the code as if that element never existed. So if you have 3 elements back to back, the third one will move into the place of the second one if you try to hide it. So we don't want the X to necessarily move around too much. Visibility hidden will hide the object, but keep its space allotted. Opacity 0, my understanding is that will do the same thing, but why you would choose one over the other, I don't know. The answer found here will answer your question, your first question. Most likely display none as the space is collapsed completely. Yeah. So I guess this guy's asking which to use for his particular situation. But you will probably have performance using Canvas SVG. Unrelated. Occupies space and consumes clicks. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so visibility hidden, while it will occupy space, you can actually click on the items. Whereas opacity 0, it will occupy space and you can actually click on the items, whereas visibility hidden cannot. You can't. There's nothing you can click on. I think I might have said that all screwed up, but basically, you can click on things that are transparent. You can't click on them if they're hidden, and you can't click on them if they're not there. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you can still click on glass, even though it's transparent. It's still technically there and interactable. Hidden just means it's a ninja. And ninjas, you can't touch ninjas. That's how you lose your hand. So, next is translate. Okay. Is that how we're supposed to do things? Transform CSS3 transform move element. Yeah, transform translate, rotate, scale X, scale Y, skew, matrix. Yeah. Translate will work. So that's what we're supposed to. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe that means something to someone with like geometry experience. I just don't understand why you would use the word translate. But I'm not very good at the whole geometry. Not a subject I really cared for in school. I mean, it was interesting, but wasn't not exactly the class I was paying the most attention in. So I guess what this is saying is if we just say translate 1010, so they did a -9. Well, see, here's the issue now. -1 EM, -0.5 EM, 0, and then -0.5 EM, or just 0.5 EM. Moving too far. Better. that's kind of what we're looking for. And then this one would be translate 0.25. Wait, what did I do? Negative 0.25 and 0.25. So these are going to be the opposite, I think. No, not quite, but yeah, no, I don't think I want to move that one too much. Let's leave that one to 0 for now. Just do one thing at a time. Come on. Okay. 0.25. What the hell? Okay, I should probably have read CSS3 translate. It's oh, you can use percentages here too. Okay, so it's, yeah. %50? 10%. Oh, because because the object is being rotated. That's actually kind of annoying. Okay, I think I see what's going on now. That's interesting. Okay. Weird. Okay. I see. Okay. Yep. So the center point needs to be, I'm way off. Okay. Ugh. Part of me wants to just replace this with something that's actually crossing centers. Okay. This is gonna be a pain. All right, I might just skip this entire section of the video when I upload this. All right, I'm gonna fuck around with this and see if I can figure it out. I kind of want a way to mark that. Can I background URL images brand white nazir.png. The reason I'm doing this is why? So the reason I want to do this is because I want to see where the center point is And there we go. There we go. All right. So we're just basically using the Nether as a guide. We'll get rid of it later, but using the Nether as a guide allows us to see exactly where our center point basically ends up being, which is basically right at the very top of the eyes of the Nether. So with that knowledge, we can move this around. Move this guy around here. So 1 EM is too much. We can do 0.5 EM, or we can do a 0.25 EM. That's actually pretty good right there. Maybe a... See, but I kind of want to use percentages because... Okay, well, that's too much. All right. Okay. Okay, and technically, yes, the EMs would be percentage because they're in reference to the overall character width. But just defining it as percentage itself, I think makes me feel a little better. So 26%. 25% looks decent right now. So let's just do that for now. And this, I guess, would be a 25% too. 25%. Okay, here we are. There's where the disconnect is. There. So negative 25% and 150%. It's going to look really weird on other browser sizes, I think. Well, we'll play around with it. This might not work out. Okay, so then 100%. And then 50%. Okay, the same thing. Let's go with negative 50, negative 25. That looks better. No, it's not. Perfect. 100%. 50. Okay, the other way. Come on. 200. I think it's 150, but I want this to be... No, not quite. 30. It is indeed off center. Now, from a programming standpoint, I would argue, do you really need to do this? You could just write the code to replace it with a graphic. It's up to the developer, honestly. Were I doing this for my actual company, my actual job, I probably wouldn't even be bothering with this. I'd just replace it with an image and call it a day, just because it's faster. $210, $250. Oh, $250 is not bad. $235. That looks centered, but not where I wanted it. And I realize that's being super nitpicky now. Not exactly what I wanted. It's a little higher. Like the X as a whole is higher than I wanted it to be. But at this point, I'd rather just not bitch about it and call it a win. So the fact that it's 35% and 250% on one, and then 25% and 150%. I mean, yeah, the negatives play a role in it. But still, Mathematically, I don't fucking understand that. But you know what? I'm not a math magician. So there. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied enough. We're going to get rid of this because you don't need that background image. Okay, I'll grab all this CSS, paste it in here. I don't think we had anything in the inspector style sheet, did we? Nothing. All right, cool. All right, let's just reload this, see how that looks. That's cool. And to think those are just all HTML elements, no images whatsoever. It bugs me that it doesn't look perfectly centered. It's not perfectly symmetrical. I think the top of the X is slightly smaller than the bottom of the X, but I might be the only person that thinks that right now. I don't know. And I might be the only person that's bothered by it, to be honest. That's really the takeaway. What else do we have to do? We gotta hide these items whenever this is there, and then show them whenever it's not there, or whenever the X is up. So not only are we toggling the class there, we're toggling the class of another element, which would be this element. So we're going to call this ID main navigation. Actually, just to keep, site navigation. Just to keep in with the naming convention that we kept up here. So MainNav and site nav. So the MainNav will be obviously the home page link here, that's actually what this is going to be. So let's change this over to a tag with a logo, ID, graph. It's going to be that. And so let's see how that looks. That might break it completely. So let's see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't look great now. It looks all gold and not great. I actually don't hate it gold, which might be another thing we're going to talk about. We might change these to gold later. Oh, actually, we probably should do that. I like it gold now. It looks really nice in gold. Damn it. Should have never seen that. But what we're going to do here is we're going to go to the logo and we're going to say, all right, logo, you don't need to be all styly and stuff. So text decoration is none. And then we're going to say, people can hover over this, right? Yeah. That might be something we want to keep in mind is the hover. We might want to keep it active on that hover. In fact, I kind of do. I think I'm going to. So we're gonna make a new nether and make it gold because I really like this in gold now. So I think that's all we want to do for this one. And we're gonna want to change the burger to be gold too. All right. Yeah. So that'll be something. Should we go ahead and do it now? Yeah, let's do it now. All right. So Photoshop up. Oh, sweet. All right. So let's just do it now. Oh, you know what? Let's go to right at the edges here for this. On the height, I want to be like right up on the, well, maybe not right up on the edges. come on. All right, so that's on the edge. Just bump it up. Oh, what the hell? What's going on? Did I just freeze Photoshop? Ah. What is going on? What the fuck is going on with Photoshop? You guys see that, right? Like, okay, it's freaking out. I'm gonna just close that real quick. Like, Photoshop did not like something I was doing just now. Holy crap. I had to freak the F out. All right. Actually, you know what? Let's just open this guy. All right, Photoshop is opening. This is the one I want. Just go to the other one. All right. Color overlay. Let's change this to the gold. Let's grab our gold. So a couple things. I want to make this one gold. I'm going to save this as, oops, use the web save as brand gold Nether. And then we're going to make another one called brand dark gold Nether. And, oh, no, I want to change the color first. That's important. That's the whole reason we're doing this. All right, click OK. Click OK. So brand dark gold Nether. All right, cool. And close this guy. So same thing as before. We're gonna come in here. We're gonna grab existing. Oh no, I don't want a scaffolding item. Stop it. Cancel. Add new existing item. So grab both of these. So what's going to happen is we're going to change this one to start out with gold. And then we're going to make another class for hover. So whenever someone is hovering over it, I want the dark gold one. So this isn't the way I honestly would prefer doing this. Let's actually make a to-do list item for us for this later, so we can come back to this. Turn logo into SVG or sprite. So a sprite would basically be just like a regular, like a video game sprite. I don't know if any of you knows, but like a Mario sprite. So what a lot of video games will do is instead of loading a new graphic for every move that Mario does, this is a fucking Pinterest. Open image new tab. So you can kind of see it. Zoom in, make it really low, shitty quality, but you know, there is no constant. It's not like they're animating Mario, right? It's just like this is old school animation. It's just a bunch of sprites that kind of make him take on the image of what he's doing at that time. And sprites on the web work the exact same way. Basically, we would grab a bunch of sprites that would be different shades, different colors, and things like that. And as you interact with the elements on the web, we switch out the background image or the image that we're actually displaying. The nice thing about that is it only loads one image up front, so you don't have to. And what you'll see here in a second is on hover, while it will change the image, it's going to blink for a second. See, you kind of saw that initial blink while it was loading the darker image. So that's what we want to avoid. I just realized text, decoration, none. So I don't like that blink. If you use a sprite, it will avoid that. It will kind of fix that blink issue for you. But for now, this is acceptable. Well, we can come back later and turn this into an actual sprite. So what it'll do instead is, instead of switching out the icon entirely, it'll just move the icon behind the scenes and kind of only show you a clip, kind of a clip of what you specifically want to see. But this is good for now. Yeah. So then we're going to come back here. And we're going to say color here. And use that color here. And later we'll be using Sass, so we don't have to keep moving colors around. Just call them by name. But for now, this will work. So still have an issue on the hover. It doesn't do anything. So we want to fix that real quick. And we can do that by coming here and saying that. So this is going to be a little weird. So we want them to change color on the hover of the menu opener, not the div itself, because otherwise each bar would change. Actually, I'll show you. If you do it on the div, because it makes more sense if I just show. So what'll happen is each bar individually changes colors, which is no good. So what you want to do is put that hover on the actual menu opener itself. So that way, the entire section of bars changes colors while you're hovering over it, just like every other interactable item on a site. So, very nice, if I do say so myself. And here's the mobile version. Okay, so now what? Now the easiest thing to do would be, let's come here and start including site nav into the toggle logic. So, so we also want find element by ID. I think that's not what the class is, but menu open. I like this class better. You know what? Just to keep it in line with class names. I prefer that class instead of change, because change can mean a lot of things, whereas menu open just straight up just means the menu is open. Okay, it's not find element by ID, I don't think. JavaScript, is it? Find get element by ID? Ah, of course. Find element by ID I think is a thing, but that's what I want. Get element by ID. So this should. Oh, I guess the next thing is, what does that mean? So menu open display block. Otherwise, display none. So basically, by default, I don't want it to show, and then whenever you add a class of menu open, I want it to show. Let's see if that works. It does not. But why? Get element by ID is not defined. Element by ID. What? That's get element by ID. Do I have to do a document? Oh, I do. My bad. I'm dumb. I forgot about that. There we go. This is also one of the options we have is go very, very simple, very old school, and just take up the top of the page and push the rest of the content down. Now the question is there, what happens when you get to bigger browser sizes? And my answer to that right now is I don't care. So mobile first. So let's make this look good on mobile, and then we can worry about what happens with other browsers, with bigger browsers. So a couple things to keep in mind now is, this is going to be a navigation item. We want to make it big enough that you can click with your finger without fat fingering anything else. And we want to make it small enough that it's just not ridiculous, right? So the nav is going to open, yep. That's another thing we got to look into. Well, we'll get to that once we get there, which we're actually about to, so whatever. Site nav, oh, here it is. So we just, background, let's do 666 for now. No. Fine, we'll do that. 111. All right, so site nav is right flush up against its items. Maybe I want to give it some padding. 1 EM. That's a lot. The issue with the padding is it just went up too, which I don't like. It's clipping into. Oh, it's not clipping into. That's actually where it is. So, was it just being pushed down before? What's pushing it down? Oh, the UL. Okay, so I know what to do. So site nav UL, padding 0, margin 0. Okay, and then site nav UL li, padding 0, margin 0, which I don't think is going to do anything, but still. List style none, and that's good for there. And then site nav ULIA, text decoration, text decoration none. Okay, and then text align center. Yeah, because the A tags are small. It's the LIs that are actually taking up the full space. That's fine. Display block. There we go. That's what I wanted. Though these might be display flex later. Let's do this for now. Actually, no, let's keep using flex. I want to keep using flex properly. So to that end, this should be flex, display flex, and then this will be what was it? Oh my lord. Column. flex direction column. All right. Always use your code as reference, your own old code. So flex direction. So really, I guess here's what I want. Flex direction column. This is a mess. This would be easier if we don't use allies, because the bottom line is, we're going to be using the allies in order to kind of list them out. Now, the issue I have with that though is semantic coding navigation ally. Navigation with nav element. Nav element, how to use it. You're probably used to do something like this. Div ID, yep, that's the way I'm used to doing things. Or UL, yep, sure. That's fine too. Okay. So the nav element represents a section of the page that links to other pages or parts within the page. The section of the navigation links. Not all groups of links to the page need to be a nav element. Only sections that consist of major navigation blocks are appropriate for the nav element. In particular, it is common for footer. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Previously primary navigation. Looking at the example they gave, following example, the page has several places where the links are present, but only one of those places is considered navigation section. So there are links here, but those aren't navigation. So the nav goes here. And they're using UL and ally. I have to say that this is no use to me. There are 6 items of navigation in the header element there, but there are 3 items in nav tag. There is no explanation as to what differentiates the first 3. Both. They also give the second example. Okay. There is a little more helpful. Okay. This is all obviously opinionated. Go away. More examples of other areas on the site in which you might consider using nav. Difference of nav for menu. How to build semantic responsive websites with navigation without using JavaScript. Well, you don't need to use JavaScript, but okay. Yeah, people like to use allies and ULs now, or still. So that still makes sense. We still want to keep using ULs and allies. Just makes things a little bit harder to mess with as far as flexboxes go, because well, you know what? No, because yeah, I'm silly. The A tag can still be a block element, but it's the container that has to be the container of the A tag that has to be a flex item. So that means that the nav can still be display block. That doesn't matter because that's still a block element too. Oops. And then the UL tag has to be, yeah. So display, flex, and then flex, direction, column. Okay. Yeah, and that'll work. And that'll do, donkey. That'll do. Now you might ask yourself, what the hell's the difference? Just added more code for the same effect. But I do think this will come in handy for us once we switch over to mobile sizes, because then we can just realign the items instead to line up more like a row, like this. I think it'll come in handy. I think. Yeah, strong think here. Strong, just I hope so. Otherwise, it would just look ridiculous later, which is fine. I'm okay with that too. And now, because the UL and the nav don't necessarily have specific heights, I think we're good to go for now. So then the question here is, what do we do here? Padding 1EM. There we go. So I could see us having a top and bottom padding. I don't really think we need a side-to-side padding, so we'll just get rid of that. Not that it hurts anything, but in case something does start like a really long navigation, which you should never really have a really long navigation item, but if it happens, then it'll at least handle itself there a little bit. It won't look like it's wrapping without necessarily needing to. And then I do want to add a little bit of margin top 1EM. So I don't want it to necessarily be flush with the navigation there. So I like that. Yeah, that looks good. And then the navigation items themselves need some kind of padding, which now you're left with two options. Is you can either make the list items taller or the clickable area taller, and I'd rather make the clickable area taller. So line height 1EM. I think actually line height 2EM would be good here, because now it is easily clickable. And then font size 1.5 EM. No, that's too big. 1.25 EM. I want them to be fairly big, but not overwhelmingly large. I think that's good. So that's the clickable area. Now, that being said, now that they have that clickable area, I don't think we need this padding anymore. Yeah, that's actually fine without it. Well, you know what? Let's just drop it down to a little bit less, because I do like it. Well, shit. I don't know now. I don't know. No, let's just get rid of it. It's padding 0. Yeah, no need for padding there. Not yet, at least. What I don't like now is that there's like no particular separation between the navigation items. I guess that's not a big deal. Something subtle. Just something would be nice on these. So what if we do like a border bottom, 1 pixel solid black. What about 1 pixel dashed, dotted, and you can barely tell. Another point I just realized is, what if we get rid of the background here, Get rid of the border here. Oh, I think I just saw something I like. Put the background on this thing. Background. And then border, bottom, 1 pixel, solid, gold. I don't hate that. 1 pixel, dotted. I don't love that. Huh. One thing we could do too is, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of that right now, but if child first, I think. No. Come on. Child first. Oh, what the hell? Child first. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Border, top, 1 pixel, solid, dotted. But I only want it on the first child. What the hell? Why won't you let me do this? CSS child first. First child. Oh, of course. I'm an idiot. First child. Duh. That looks a little nicer. It's actually kind of hard to look at. What about lined or dashed? What other types of lines are there? What is it? Border, type, style, border style. Dash, dotted, double, no. So there's dash. Let's actually turn off the border top one while we're looking at these. Oh, come on. Border style. Dashed. No, thank you. Dotted. Double. Groove. Inset. Ridge. What does ridge look like? Groove. Inset. I mean, 1 pixel inset, you're not going to see anything. Double. Yeah, at 1 pixel, you're probably not going to see much of that. I mean, you know what it is? You know what I don't like? I don't like that it's not up against the edges. I think that's what's still bugging me. So let's grab all this crap first. So, well, actually, first let's grab all this. And then this. Site nav. Site nav is going to go here. Sure. Again, we'll organize all the CSS later on once we start moving into our SaaS solution. So it's not like terrible or nothing. I still don't care for these, so we might get rid of the dash, the dotted lines there. I'm not a huge fan of those right now. But let's see what it takes to make this not I like to flush with the edges of the screen. So let's close this guy and then rerun. Make sure everything still is looking good before we keep making any more changes. We don't want to lose anything on the way. All right, cool. Now we're good. Oops. Okay. That is one thing about working on navigations is accidentally you click on an item and all of a sudden you lose all your work while you're messing with the in-browser stuff. So be careful. All right, so let's take the padding off of the site header. Well, let's just take site header out of here. All right, so now these two are padded, but site header is not, which is fine for now. Because what we'll do is we'll add padding to this one. We're going to say 1 REM. So that's going to be all sides, but I don't want any padding on the bottom, I guess. I don't really want any. So 1 REM, 0, 1 REM. So that'll be exactly what I want it to be. Okay, so I mean, I'm done. This is what I wanted. I think that looks a little nicer. In fact, you know what I'm thinking now? I'm thinking that we only put this on 1 pixel dotted gold, black. There we go. I like that a bit more. Yeah, I'm digging that a lot more actually. We'll use the official black though, and then we'll switch over to using the official golds too, which actually is the same gold, but you know, that actually is the official gold of what gold is. Yeah, that's much nicer actually. Well, and you know what? I might like this as a solid line now. Yeah, I think I like that as a solid line. So let's change this last one. Solid. Okay. So let's grab all these guys, because we made changes here. And then grab this guy, put him under the first child mention. There we go. All right. All right, so now how's that look? I like it. I like it a lot. So now, very, very subtle dotted lines going along the items themselves, and the navigation itself is encased by a gold outline. So it kind of gets a clear separation between itself and the content. Now, I'm curious if I should keep that gold underline under the navigation, or the main nav. What's giving this padding? What? Who has? Oh, margin top. Oh, let's get rid of that. Because I see. I see what's happening. 1 REM. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So border, bottom, 1 pixel, solid. Do I still? Oh, no, I don't. Damn it. 1 pixel, solid, gold. Okay, and then what I would do is come in here and grab this guy. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Yep, yep, I'm actually in preference of such. So, I think that was all on site, right? Yeah. I don't think I made anything in the inspector style sheet for this, did I? Nope. Cool. All right. Oh, that's pretty. That's very pretty. I like that a lot. Very high contrast too. I'm really digging it. I am digging it. All right, and then the last thing I want to do is let's go back and get those guys animated. No, there's still Mario. Where did that article go? So they did the transition here. Did they do an animation? Nope, just transition. Okay. So it's on the bars themselves, which is when they define that. But we're going to do that here. So transition, they did 0.4 seconds. So let's just do the same thing. And what that does is tell CSS that, hey, when you're transitioning between any states, I want you to animate it and make it kind of look like this. Huh. I just realized we could have just used the center one to center the stupid X. I'm dumb. Now it's bugging me. It's like really bothering me now. Well, you know what? Why would... Oh, that's why they would change it to opacity. Because it actually fades. And that's how you animate opacity, because you can't animate whether or not it exists, because you don't know what attribute you're changing. You don't know that you're changing the opacity. Oh, that's okay. That makes a lot more sense. See, this is why you write the code. Because this is why you try things and you realize, oh, this is why. So opacity 0. So we're going to see how that changes the effect here. That's a lot more slick looking, I think, in my humble opinion. And another thing I just realized we should be doing is doing a similar transition on A tags. Transition, I think this one I want to do 0.2, just 0.2 seconds, right? Yes, just S. So basically what happens here is whenever you hover over a navigation item, it should, or even any item, there's a slight animation whenever you hover over items instead of just switching colors drastically, or like kind of on a blink. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Okay. Last thing I want to do on this navigation is I want to fix the X. It's bugging me now. Now that I'm staring at it over and over again, it's really bothering me. All right, so let's come in here and grab this one. All right. So let's go to 30. I'm sure there's a math formula to how to do this, but God only fucking knows. 25? Nope, other way. Oh my lord. I'm screwing this up even more, aren't I? Okay, you know what? I don't know for sure. How can we do this? Oh, what if I just change it to like 90 degrees? Oh, because you're still... Damn it. Okay. Translate doesn't just like shift it. It, damn it, I don't know enough about geometry. I think 25 is good here. No, because see how it's... Okay, so it's not... It's got to be shifted over the left more. So then... The 32 looks oddly okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but 32 looks okay. Let's just go to 30. So 30 and 190 looks decent-ish. No, it doesn't. I lied. So 200 and... Oh, here we go. Okay, whatever. That looks okay for that one. And then this one needs to be moved over just a tad to... Needs to be moved down and to the right. Not too far down. Oh, that was weird. 32 also. No. This is a really ugly X, but I think it's got a center point. That is a terrible looking X. Wow, we had it better last time. It looked better before I did this. Actually, you know, stylistically, it's a nifty looking X. So, fuck it. Like, it just has a slightly fatter top. I'm starting to think 45 degree rotation just makes sense. Why would that not? The weird thing is, like, I can work on coordinates, but like percentages of coordinates is weird, and that doesn't translate in my head. So I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing there. If there's any math magicians out there who can solve this issue for me, let me know. Otherwise, this is what we're stuck with. This is a limitation of my expertise here. I mean, it's centered, right? It looks centered. The only other option I have is to like really center this is just put a background image of a centered cross, which I can't believe I'm actually considering, to be completely honest. I am legitimately considering just creating a little graphic of a cross to put in the center here. Oh, I see what's wrong. No. Oh, but that would also imply that I'm assuming that the center bar is 100% pixel centered into the square, which it should be. Just move everything down slightly. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nope, don't move that. All right. And then oh, there we go. That looks slightly better, I think. Yeah, more X-like. Cool. I think we done it, kids. I think we did it, boys. All right. I think we've accomplished what we set out to do today. The navigation is here, and while we're here, we might as well fix the fonts because I don't want to keep using Times New Roman. This looks good. I like this. We'll have to figure something out for desktop next too, but let me fix the fonts first. I want to take a break from this navigation. Let's do some font stuff. So we know what our two fonts are going to be. Excuse me. Titles are going to be Laura. Content fonts are going to be Rollato, both of which are offered by Google. So we're going to go grab those fonts from Google. And I have done some research on these before, or prior to this. They are open to be used here. So we can use them as much as we want on this website. Now, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've used Google Fonts directly. I forgot how to embed these. There used to be just a section where you can get the CDN path, select this style. Well, we're gonna need all of them, I think, eventually, over time. Yeah, I don't want to download them, I just want to reference them. How to include Google Fonts. I forgot how to do all this shit. Wait, there's an API now? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay. That's what I was remembering. And then the font is just whatever font name I want. Yep. Makes sense. And I can grab more than one at a time. That's exactly what I want. Perfect. All right, so we're going to put that before our actual CSS, just so that that's actually part of that. So we're going to just pull Google's API. Now, ideally, we probably should be downloading a backup, so that in case Google's API for some crazy reason goes down, which sounds impossible, but a couple years ago when reCAPTCHA just shut down for every browser except for Chrome, no one thought that was possible either. So that's always fun. So we want to grab Laura and Roboto here. out of the gate. And like I said, it really would be ideal if we go and grab all of this ourselves and just put a backup into our, it's got all of them, right? Font weight. Yeah. Yeah, it's got all, well, it's got the basics. I think that'll work for now, though. We'll have to do some other kind of, you know what? We'll make that an issue to come back to later. Let's see here. Oh, did I not save that one? I'm an idiot. Cool. I didn't know GitHub did that. That's cool that it kept the history, or that in session. Create failover for Google fonts. All right, so if Google's font APIs for some reason just shuts down one day, we won't end up looking all weird and janky. But I'm not really terribly worried about it right now because that really isn't a terribly common thing I've seen people do nowadays. A lot of people have a lot of faith in Google, which is fine. But again, it kind of bit us in the ass about a couple of years ago when reCAPTCHA just died one day. That was a fun day. One hell of a fun day. All right, so what are we doing? We're gonna do out of the gate all the fonts on the site. Font family are gonna be Roboto and sans serif with Arial as a backup, because Arial is a commonly okay to use font on the internet. And then for, I guess we're just gonna do for every H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, H7. Yeah, I don't think they go to 7. No, they don't. Do they? There's no reason. H7, H2 element. I don't think that exists. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That's a good question. How would you be creating, like... That's true. Yeah. All right. So all of these are going to be, by default, generally going to be font, family, what do we say, Laura? And then serif. So basically I want all of those to always have serifs, and then we're going to do the same thing to logo, which we could do one of two ways. We can either bring this class or this ID down here, or add the font family up there, but I'm going to just do it this way because fuck it. May not be the cleanest way to do it, but I like doing it that way. So we only have one font family. And that means if we ever change the fonts for titles, we only change it in one place. So this looks good. Let's just make sure. Yeah, this is legible. It's a very, I like this font a lot. Roboto, actually. I used to hate it, but I'm actually really grown fond of it. And Laura just looks really pretty on titles. I really like that serif look. Yeah, this is good. This is pretty damn good. All right, now desktop. Let's see, this is mobile, large, and then tablet sizes. Tablets, I still kind of want using a touch screen, so that's fine that way. But once you get into more laptop size, that's when we might want to start talking about moving the navigation up top. Now the question is, do we put it here, kind of underneath the header bar, or do we just replace the hamburger and put it over here? Ooh, I like the idea of replacing the hamburger, actually, now that I think about it. Because in that way the navigation starts from the right to the left. That's kind of weird. The navigation would be right aligned. The only thing I hate, oh God, I have grown to dislike top navigation on websites because it just limits you a lot more than side navigation. So I actually want to say I'm considering that we should maybe move the navigation to a sidebar layout, which is very, very 90s, very old school, but it basically means that we can't run out of space. Now, is this website, here's another point to that, is this website ever going to really have so many navigation items that we're going to run out of space up here? Probably not. Honestly, most likely not. And the font sizes are going to drop pretty heavily once we actually get up here, because I don't want the navigation to be the same size as the title, or quote-unquote logo area. It would probably be more in line with the font the font size of the content. So, you know what? I'm going to go with the whole nudging it over to the top right. So how do we do that? First things first, we got to make our media query. So let's make our first media query here. And I always forget off the top of my head what the format is for media queries. So CSS media query. Oh, I know it's at media. Yeah. Yeah. At media only screen. Wait, only screen means let's see here. Okay, yeah. So screen would basically mean that, hey, I want this to be looking a certain way whenever it's a computer screen versus a like printer, which is print. So basically saying only screen is, I only want this to happen whenever it's a screen, and the size of the screen of said screen is, what are these? Device is a grid or bitmap, viewport height. Oh, that's cool. All this other stuff. I've never played around with it, most of this stuff. Scanning process of the output device, resolution of the output device. Oh, you can also, yeah, that's right. You can target a lot of the stuff based on resolution, but we don't necessarily care about that. Most often, this is good enough when the browser's width is 600 pixels or less. So that's max width. So we want min width. We want a certain size or more. So min width, let's do 1080 for now. That should cover us for most situations. It might actually be kind of big. We might want to start doing stuff a little earlier than that, but for now, let's just stick it to 1080 and we'll see how that feels. So, let's just close everything else. So, I want that when the screen reaches a certain size, it should, just as a proof of concept, just to make sure that our code, our media query works, I want to say that once this screen reaches a certain size, we're going to align all of the navigation items side by side instead of as a column. So basically the idea is you go here and say, all right, well, I want this section. This is what I'm going to change. So I'm going to shove this into my media query and say, all right, I don't need to edit any of these values, but I do want to edit this one. So row. Boom. All right. So that solves that issue so far. So now the question is, how can we make this look a little better? We go back and we say, well, we don't want any padding and margin on the LIs because we do want the whole area to be clickable, not just the link itself. So we're going to go grab some direction from the ULLI 8. And here we're going to say, border, we're going to say, all right, no more border. Border, none. So display block. So yeah, okay. So everything else is kind of already in place for us. Border none, which is weird because we've got a border here. So that means something is. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot. We never got rid of that. We probably should just get rid of that. And then this guy. Stop it. Border none. All right. So that looks okay-ish. I mean, no, it doesn't, but it looks okay for now. That's what we're trying to do. So now I want padding 1 EM. That's a lot. That's a whole fucking lot. So let's do 0.5 EM on the top and bottom. That doesn't look terrible. I actually kind of like that. So my idea was I wanted to move this section here over here, but from an HTML standpoint, that would be kind of a pain. Now, not necessarily impossible. I'd have to restructure my HTML to make that easier, because, oh man, how would I go about this? Let's see here. If I move, so if the main div wraps around everything, I would have to change the way that this shows whenever it's toggled, which would not be a huge problem, because if I remember correctly, we still have our article open about Flexbox. Damn it, we lost our Flexbox article. Flexbox, I want Flexbox documentation. So basically what we would do is force a flex wrap. So this would be a flex item, this would be a flex item, and this would fall in line with the rest of the flex items, but it would be forced to wrap over the next line. Which I believe you can set on a per row basis. You can set how many items exist. This defines the ability for a flex item to grow if necessary. It accepts a unitless value that serves as a proportion and dictates what amount of the available space inside the container. Flex grow. This is 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. That doesn't make any sense to me. That'd be 1 and 1, 2. Flexboxes took me a while to really like wrap my head around, so I am just making sure that I understand this properly. Stretch, space around. Okay, so if I understand this, I should be able to grab this, move this down here. I just lost all that CSS, didn't I? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Cool, whatever. That's what I keep. That's exactly what I was warning about. You do all these changes and you accidentally close the browser and then you're screwed. But before we move on, okay, so this is what happens right now, which makes sense. So I don't want that necessarily to happen. So when it's hiding, that's okay. And then display, wait a minute. Yeah, display flex, and then flex 2, I think is what I should be doing. If I understood this correctly. No. What? How do you define a column size? I just saw that. They appear in flex container, order 5. Okay, that makes sense. Flex direction, flex grow, flex wrap, flex flow. Shorthand for flex direction and flex wrap properties, which together define the flex container's main cross. No row, no wrap. Column wrap. Flex start end. Items are packed towards the end. Oh, okay, no, that's not what I want. Back towards no. Defines the default behavior of how the flex end, flex self end. The safe and unsafe modifier keywords. Okay. This isn't. This is not what I'm looking for. This. Here we go. Okay, so main is flex 2, 0 pixels. Tell the main element to take twice as much width as the other 2 sidebars. Okay, so main 1. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, display flex, wrapper. Where's the HTML? I want to see the HTML. All right, wrapper, header, main. Okay. So wrapper, display flex, flex flow, row wrap. Oh, I guess I need to do that, don't I? Flex flow, flex flow, column wrap. Oh shit. I lost it. Not what I wanted that to do. Display flex. Flex, flow, column. Wrapper. Oh, I see. Okay, then yeah, then he's saying flex 2. No, it doesn't make any sense. Main. Is this supposed to be... I think it's supposed to be wrapper. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the wrapper, not the main. Because that being main doesn't make any sense to me. I might be way off on that. I'm most likely way off on that. Flex 2. Oh no, I do want that as a row. Yeah. Row. Wrap. Yeah, my bad. I'm dumb. Okay, so that... Well, I want 2. Damn it. What's going on here? So, site nav 2. There we go. Okay, so that's taking up 2. But I want it underneath the goddamn... I wanted to wrap down. Order, okay. Main, flex 2, aside, auto, 1. So it's saying flex 1 for all of them. Oh, maybe that's what I gotta do. There we go. Flex 1. Flex 1. Flex 2. I don't understand. Menu open. Yeah. That's right. That's actually what I wanted to do. So flex 1. 50%. There we go. Menu opener. Flex 1. 50%. Oh, not quite. Actually, like 20% is fine here. And then the other one can be 80. Yeah, but then I want you to wrap. Row, wrap. Where aren't you wrapping? Display flex, row, wrap. We rely on source order for mobile first approach. In this case, header, article, aside 1, aside 2, and footer. Medium screens. You tell both sidebars to share a row. All right, that makes sense. Oh, we just set that to auto. I think that might be fine, actually. Instead of percentages. I actually prefer auto. Okay. So that makes sense. And then on a larger screen, we invert the order of the first sidebar in main and tell the main element to take twice as much width as the other 2 sidebars. Get bigger. There we go. Even bigger. Even bigger. Come on. And they're not inverting. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. What is going on here? What is... Oh, Jesus. You know what? I'm just gonna reload this damn page. I screwed it all up. All right. Let's go back to the examples. All right. So I can just turn off the. I'm dumb. All right. So main becomes 2. Tell the main element to take up twice as much width as the other 2 sidebars. Huh. Well, that's not what I want. I just want the damn thing to wrap. Why won't it wrap? What did I do for the, what did I do to you? So site header, whatever, that's fine. Line height, that's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with it. That's not exactly how I want it either. Damn it. The auto's not doing what I want. Oh, I guess I can. Right. Wait, what? And. Oh, what the hell? Oh, flex end. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, okay, so that's good. That's where I want it. All right, so now then when I turn that on, I don't want that. I want you to wrap. You son of a bitch. Oh, because it's displaying block. Display flex. And line flex. No. This doesn't add up. This shouldn't be there. What am I doing wrong? It should be wrapping. I'm doing everything this says. All right, so let's backpedal just a bit here. So tell all items to be 100% width via flex basis. Okay. So I don't want that necessarily. What I want is all items. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. Let's see here. Menu opener. Yes. Well, the menu opener itself is display flex. I wonder if I have to disable that in order for that to wrap. Doesn't make any sense, but no. No. It is displaying as a flex item now. No. None of this makes sense. Ow. Oh, that's not even the one I was. God damn it! I'm all over the place. Huh. Nope. I'm very confused. Very confused here. Okay. So just to recalibrate here. Site header is the header. MainNav is the entire section. So MainNav has 3 items in it: logo, a menu opener, and a site nav. The menu opener should be completely replaced by the site nav on larger browsers. So first we want these two to share a row, and this one should be wrapping. So MainNav, I want to give them a class here of, what is this class going to be? Initial nav. Sure. Well, initial header. No. This got ridiculous. It's easier if I just use the A. So MainNav, logo, and menu opener. I'm gonna move logo up higher underneath MainNav because that's where it actually is in the HTML. So MainNav A, MainNav div, yeah, flex 1 auto. This is not what I want, I don't think, because I don't think this is what I want. I think I want, oh, it is 1. Oh, is that where I'm screwing up? Because he's saying, no, yeah, both side by side share a row. So 1 auto means share the fucking row. So, well, that's a little too big, but damn it. There. So that means share the row. Both aside elements share the damn row. And then flex flow on the wrapper. So that means MainNav needs to have flex flow, row, and wrap. Let's try that. It's becoming a little bit of a mess now. So, still gotta fix that. So let's fix that real quick. Menu opener, line items, flex, and there. So let's try that again. Cool. All right. So they look good out of the gate. They're doing what they need to do. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What they're supposed to do. Um, okay. Okay. And then is this supposed to wrap? All right. So let's take the toggle functionality out for now, because I think that might be throwing me off too. So let's get rid of this, and then comment this out, and that's fine. That can stay. Okay. Okay. So this. Wait a minute. I just realized something. Huh. I'll have to figure that out in a second. Yeah, we can take a different approach to that. But anyway, I was worried about the bottom border being an issue now that it's going to be wrapping, but we can find a different fix for that. Not a huge deal right now. So then, now the issue we're facing is this is not wrapping for some reason. What if we change this to a div, just for the sake of seeing what's going on here? Div is treated differently, which is kind of interesting. Oh, because it's got, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so they're all equal-ish sized. And why is that one bigger? Interesting. Okay. Well, that's reloading. So we've got row wrap. Let's look at this example real quick. Everything else should be just styling concern. Below is a pen featuring this example. Start with a very, very simple example. Solving an almost daily problem, perfect centering. Oh, well. Display flex, height, child width, height, margin, okay, display, flex, row, wrap, space around. So that's pretty much what I want. Is it because they have a specific set width? Is that why? No, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's exactly the navigation I want. Is this the example that I'm... Oh, this is exactly what I'm trying to do. Almost, kind of. Imagine we have a right align navigation item on the very top of our website. We want it centered in medium-sized screens and single column on the small devices. Easy enough. All right, so large screens. Oh, this is backwards, but whatever. So justify content. Yep. Flex direction column. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of... I got that part figured out. That's easy. It's aligning it with other items that's becoming the problem for me. This is what I want. It's prefixing Flexbox. Oh. Yeah, that might be something we'd look into as we start supporting other browsers. But honestly, prefixes, if you're targeting strictly new browsers and that, you know, we're based on the point of our project, it really won't apply. Fuck, I don't want to end this. So let's see. Flexbox not wrapping. Why are flex items not wrapping? Okay. Which means display flex, inline flex to an item. I can find a single line to enable flex items. Okay. Flex items containing an image. Display flex. Okay. One flex property has been declared. Display flex establishes the flex container following our default. Okay. Justify content. Flex start. Yep. That's what I want. Why can't I? Because these have set widths. No, that can't be why. Allow only 3 items per. Okay. One. Calculate. Flex grow. Flex shrink. Flex basis. Width minus the margin. Okay, I kind of get that. Equal height. More stretch. No. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see here. Okay. 1. Okay. Column wrap, row wrap. Flex bases of 160 pixels and the ability to grow and shrink. Once the first row gets to a point where there is not enough room space to place another 160 pixel item, a new flex line is created for the items, so on until all the items are placed. As the items can grow, they will expand larger than 160 pixels. So does that mean I have to say 50% on these items? Is that what's going on here? I think so. Oh, come on, where'd you go? Oh, my bad. Where did it go? There it is. All right. So instead of auto, no. Wait, what? That's the opposite of what I want. That's actually like straight up the opposite. Why in the world are you doing this to me? MainNav. I mean, they're kind of splitting 50-50, where the top one is 100% for some stupid reason. Why are you 100%? Oh, wait. No, that doesn't make any sense. Flex, grow, shrink. No, that's not what I want. No. Goddamn, Flexboxes are a little frustrating. Okay. Flex wrap. By default, flex items will all try to fit into one line. You can change that and allow the items to wrap as needed with this property. Container flex wrap, reverse. All flex items will be on one line. Flex items will wrap into multiple lines from top to bottom. Flex items will wrap into multiple items from bottom to top. That's what's going on here. Why are you wrapping reverse? That's not okay. I see what you're doing there. It's not really an option here, is it? No. Why the hell did that opener close? Okay, well, this is kind of what I want. Oh my god, I know I can do this with like regular divs, but I really want to figure out how to do this with Flexbox. I can do this if I didn't use Flexbox. I'd do it the old school way, but I don't want to. I want to do it the right way. This defines the ability for a flex item to grow if necessary. It accepts a unit less value, serves as a proportion. It dictates what amount of the available space inside the flex container the item should take up. If all items have flex grow set to 1, the remaining space in the container will be distributed equally to all children. If one of the children has a value of 2, the remaining space would take up twice as much space as the others. Or we'll try to at least. Okay, I get it. Shrink if necessary. Defines the default size of an element before the remaining space is distributed. If it can be a length or a keyword. The auto keyword means look at my width or height property, which was temporarily done by the main size keyword until deprecated. Content keyword means size is based on the item's content. This keyword isn't well supported yet, so it's hard to test and harder to know what its brethren max content, min content, and fit content do. If set to 0, the extra space around the content isn't factored in. If set to auto, the extra space is distributed on its flex grow value. See this graphic. Extra space distributed, all space distributed. Okay, I kind of get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of. Not a great graphic, but I think I get it. Flex, force, wrap after 2 items. I mean, I am just grasping at straws here now. I'm going to accomplish this by setting this on the container. Okay, so flex basis. Oh. So do 1 here. Auto. Oops. Okay. And then flex basis 100%. There we fucking go. Oh my god, that took way too fucking long to figure out. Oh, I feel dumb because that actually makes a lot of sense now. But that's not how he did it. Man, I don't understand this example now. This example, oh, because he sets it at the top. Oh, I'm dumb. And he, okay. That's the flex basis. Oh, man. Okay. That's why that never really clicked in my head. I get it now. I'm dumb. Is the takeaway here. All right, well, you know what? Oh, well. You live and you learn. Um, it's not really centered, but whatever. Okay. So then, as long as we do that, I don't think we have anything in our inspector style sheet, do we? No. Okay. Okay, so now that we have that figured out, we can get rid of this bottom border. And maybe get rid of the bottom padding on that, maybe? Yes, no, maybe not. Okay, so then bring that back in. All right, cool. Cool. First child. Oh, yeah, now I need that. Good. Now we have that. Now we have a reason to keep it. And then the UL or the nav. The nav can have the padding top, 1 REM. Okay. So obviously, what I don't like about this is that we've lost all of our flushness with everything. So, which is a term now that I've coined all of a sudden. So top and bottom, and then 0 on the sides. So now everything is a little too flush. So that means that the logo can have some padding on the, oh, oh, 2E. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Margin left, 1 EM, 1 REM. What was the... Yeah, it was on REM. Seems like a lot now. Just seems like a lot right now. Margin right, 1 REM. There we go. The font size got bigger for some reason. So we can look at that and see what the hell's going on there. What is this basing off of? Oh, do I have a crazy font size on something? Ah, this guy. Huh, okay. So that means font size should be REM, not EM. Cool. I like it. I can dig it. And this also means that, oh, that was weird. Oh, I don't like that. What's going on there? Even though this is like the smallest the phone should be. Yeah, that's not gonna get, no reason going smaller than that. No reason worrying about it. All right. So now that we've done all of that shit, first things first, let's save this so we don't lose it all. And then padding top 1 REM, site nav That's what I thought. Why did I add that? Should have just added it here. Cool. Yeah, this is weird. All right. Making progress. I love this song. It's fun. Fun little song. So, inspect. And what's going to happen now, we're going to bump it up to... well, you know, let's go to 1024. Yeah. In fact, if we're going to 1024, we probably don't need this, because we can just drop it to 1024 here. Whatever, I'll fuck around with it. But instead of 1080, we're going to go to 1024. And then I'm going to reload this. It doesn't really matter what this dimension is here, because this is more than big enough. All right, so at this width, I want it so that over here, we're going to say, just because you're at this width now, there's no reason to have site nav hidden anymore. So we're going to say that's open now. And similar with MainNav menu opener. Except that's going to be the opposite, because menu opener is going to now display none. Cool. And then site nav is going to have display flex basis. There we go. So flex basis is now going to be auto. There we go. So with that done, we're going to say the flex UL is no longer going to be like that. It's going to be a row. And it's going to be, okay, that's good. In fact, we can get rid of all that other stuff because we don't need it. Yep. And then LI. Wait, seriously? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. All right, we're going to grab all of this crap. I'm not changing any of these, so that's okay. Actually, it's probably just going to get deleted then. Text decoration, none. This is all still accurate. Font size, we might want to drop to be 1 REM, I'm thinking. Because why not? Background isn't going to change. Border bottom isn't going to change. Actually, border none. None. Border left. Damn it. Hold on. Left. And border bottom none. Okay. So that basically makes it so that the borders are on the left side now. And then did I get rid of the padding? Oh, line height is what's handling all that. Okay, fine. I can live with that. Padding, 0 on the sides, no, 0 on the top and bottom, and then 1 EM on the sides. It's kind of big, but you know what? It works for now. I think it works. So we're gonna grab this guy. Let's say border top, none. Same thing for this one. You're not like that? Oh, it's because this is here. I'm dumb. Oh no, I just don't like it. Oh, Jesus. No. Okay. And then that means that MainNav is going to have its this section now. Okay. I don't know what the hell's going on with the padding right now, but I'll fix that in a second. All right, so that is more or less what I want. It's a rough idea of what I want. So let's go with that and then refine it. Yep. So a certain size, it just switches over to that design style, which we have to figure out why. In fact, this is a bit more of the accurate sizing. So at a certain point here, you have to figure out why it's doing the weird thing here. It's shifting all the padding and such, which is easy to find out, I think. So the quick thing to realize is padding top here. That actually is exactly what the case is. So site nav just needs to get rid of the padding. Padding 0. Okay. Boom. Still adding something. Also, we lost our... Oh, I guess this should always have the bottom border now. Yeah. Oh, I see what I had to change. Okay. I have to give MainNav the bottom border and then take the bottom border from the top child, from the first child, once it's open. And then that way I can get rid of this stupid section here. Okay, I think that should fix that. At least the bottom, the underlined section issue. Okay. So we see it transitioning from the mobile navigation style. That's not right. Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta fix that. I gotta figure something out for that. Shit. How do I want to address that? I mean, I can keep the... Okay. Bring that back. Bring it back. Okay. So that looks good, but I don't like this. Which means I just need to figure out that's your pattern causing that. Damn it. Yeah, I see what's going on now. How would I fix this issue? Let's see here. There might be an obvious solution here, but I've tunnel visioned myself into having to think about this now. Because I can take the bottom border off of the nav items, but that'll leave this whole issue here. Another option is utilizing the toggle to take care of it, but it seems like not the best idea. Yeah, using the toggle to do this, I feel like is a cop-out. There's got to be a proper way to format the CSS so that this needs... Oh, what if both of these items have padding? So, yeah, padding, bottom, 1 rem. Oh, what if it's margin? Really? Oh, my bad. Oh, I just realized that should have been this the whole time. There we go. Yeah, so that's telling it get the immediate child, not all of the divs underneath it, which could have caused all kinds of problems this whole time. Yeah, so then site nav can actually get rid of its padding. And its last child, yeah. Yeah, the border on the last child. There we go. Yeah, there was a CSS only solution. Good, good, good. I'm glad we found it. Now, font sizes are still looking kind of big here. Really? All right, whatever. I love it too. If you switch over while the navigation's open, it stays open even if you switch back. That's great. That's so great. Okay. Okay. And then last little touch that I want to give to this is on here. I think we're going to want to do padding 0, 1 rem, 0, 0. There we go. So now it's spaced out just like everything else would have been earlier. And the logo is not shifting around anymore whenever we switch from style to style. So I don't know when we fixed that, but we fixed it. So very nice. Part of me wants to make this taller, so it eats up the entire height here. That'd be difficult to do. I have to restructure how we're doing padding for the main nav here on the top. It's not a terrible thing to do, but actually wouldn't be terribly hard. But I think I like what we got so far. I gotta wonder if we should switch the styling now that we're here to be more did I keep the background and all that stuff in here? Oh, I did. My bad. I didn't mean to. But I guess since it's here, might as well use it. So if we wanted to go with like a 0B, 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 and then instead of this, we do a golden border. Oof, that looks ugly. That looks really ugly. I do not like that. Solid. Yeah, I hate that. I hate it really, really a lot. Oh, this is actually cleaner looking. And I like the hover on this. Yeah, that's actually just overall better. Now, okay, cool. We're gonna go back here, grab all of this, upload Visual Studio, paste everything in there, and then one tiny little touch I want to make to this now. I know I said that last one was the last, but this is the last. And I think it'll really pay off. It'll really make the page pop. I want a drop shadow. Okay. Box shadow. And we're going to do hold on. I'm going to do 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 20 pixels. 20 pixels. Not that heavy. Okay, so this one's 0. Oops. 0. And then 10. Okay, so this one I want at like even that's too much. 3. -1. Actually, -10, -30, -40. It's not quite. I want it subtle, but I want it not this big either. So let's see if maybe no. Okay, so that's 0 right now. That's at 5, that's at 10. Okay, so I like that. That's very, very subtle. Like extremely freaking subtle. Yeah, I like the subtle aspect of it. Yeah, yeah, I'm digging it. I like glowy textures and stuff, so it may not be something for every website, but I think it looks nice. I feel like there's a fourth dimension here. There is. I knew it. That's what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. I think that's what I want right there. Maybe. Like that. I mean, it's so subtle you could barely even tell it's there anymore, but it's there. There's a glow. It's a glowing, and the glow moves down. Hell yeah. Now, the next thing we should do is we should animate this menu when it opens. I think that would look really spiffy. But for now, I believe we have accomplished our goals for the day. For the night. So, yep. Oh, the big goal is obviously let's start making those pages. Those are important. All right, so home controller, privacy index. I mean, yeah, just whatever. Just use the same home controller for these. What are we calling them? To do and hardware, software. Which I realized the other day we have to update. I was thinking about this earlier. Software. Photo, edit, graphic. Photo editing. Image editing? Image editing. Photoshop. 2021. LI. Video editing. Adobe Premiere Pro. Adobe Premiere Pro 2020. Right? Adobe Premiere Pro 2020. Yep. Yep. Go away. Stop popping up. Adobe, and then what else am I doing? LI, animation, editing. I don't know what else to call it. Adobe After Effects 2020. All right. This popped in my head the other day. I was like, oh, you know what? Never put those on the list. So now they are. There we go. I should probably alphabetize these, but you know what? All right. So how do we want to do this? Easy way to go about it is just I can't mass create views, can I? Nope. With a strongly typed model. Do any of these have a strongly typed model? Not really. No, no, they do not. So forget it. Just do a regular view. We're going to do and then we're going to do add view. Yep. And then we're going to call this hardware software. I think that should be fine. So taking a note from the privacy policy page, copying that, and I'm just going to paste that guy in here. We're going to call this hardware and software. Use hardware and software. Fine, that's fine. I don't know if that's going to translate to an and, or if I have to do this. But let's see. It should be just plain text. So, yeah, it's a text variable, so it should be fine. To-do list. Hardware and software list. All right, cool. So on the layout, I'm going to use this kind of link here instead. The reason is I do want to stay true and get in the habit of using Razor. I always forget to use the Razor elements as they're defined. So that's a me thing. To home index. Right? Is home controller, action is index. Yep. That was correct. So, home. Call this to-do list. To do. Hardware and software. I am a cute, aren't I? So cute. Hardware, software, and modest. I am the most modest. All right. So that should work now. And those navigation items should actually just work. Yep. To-do list, hardware and software list. Going back to home. So the easiest thing to do now is, you guessed it, just copy and paste a bunch of shit. It's interesting that we're starting everything with a div. And I don't know that I want to start doing that, because if every page starts with a div, you should just remember to put the damn div there, or the div should just be here. So I'm gonna get rid of this div. And if I find out that every page needs a div, then I will put a div on the layout instead of putting one on every page, because that's just silly. So I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna put this here, change this to 1, and then just grab this whole article, just collapse it, and then grab the whole thing. And then to-do list. Oh, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right. Similar thing with this guy. We're going to do hardware and software list. Change this to a 1. give that its own line, just like to do had, I think, right? Yes, it did. And then grab this whole article and move that to its own page, hardware, software, easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, so now we have an actual real website with multiple pages with a tiny little home page, because God knows what I'm supposed to put there. All right, to-do list. Nice, very nice. So now the next thing we should be doing, actually, I think maybe underneath this, maybe somewhere else on the top, we should be putting links to like all the social media, like Twitch and all that stuff, which is something we could do. So for now, what we should do is at least here, while this page is up and running, and this won't be an ASP, a Razer controller or Razer component just yet, but this will work for now. Perhaps actually Twitch TV Villainite, and then target blank Twitch channel. All right. So now we have our home page, to-do list. Click on the home page here too. You can go to the hardware list, or you can go to our Twitch channel and watch us there, which I'll close for now. I think we've done good today. I'm proud of this today. I think this is a good stopping point. I would like to make this a sticky navigation so that as I'm scrolling down, it doesn't go away. That is something that we can do another time. Add sticky nature to navigation. So let's review our list of things that are to do right now and see which ones we've done. Create failover for, okay, no. So support, nope. Add proper fonts, this is done. Navigation is done. Move software and hardware, these are done. All right, so then what do I do with this information? Where's the, oh, there we go. Mark as, assign them to Villainite. And then, okay. And then mark them as closed. Label as enhancements. And I don't like that. I don't like that it does that. Mark as closed. Support this turn logo. No, not really. So these are enhancements. Well, they're all enhancements. Good first issue. Invalid help wanted. Documentation question. Yeah, these are all enhancements. Label walls enhancements. And assign them to me. Just give me all of them. Assign them to me. All right. So we'll be taking care of some more things on the next stream. But I think for the purposes of today, we have done well. We can stop the site from running now. And adding navigation and moving content to designated pages. Okay, push. And then unable to push remote because your local branch is behind the remote branch. Update your, Okay, pull and push. Why would we? Why? I don't understand why it would be behind. But okay, fine, whatever. And I am pushing straight to master because, well, you know, because I throw caution to the wind quite often. No, it's because, I mean, I'm the owner of the thing, so I can. I don't know if that worked. All right, so the night site looks like the commit may have made it. Yeah, adding navigation, moving content, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it was the get ignore and get attributes that was updated, I think. Okay, so 1 minute ago. So then the question is actions. This is merging, and it will be deploying. Sweet. All right, we're doing good. All right, so in a matter of minutes, we'll be seeing Realigning site Azure websites.net. It's still a very slow website, and obviously because it doesn't get much traffic, it does not really get too much attention today. Interesting, but oh, there we go. It's already deployed. Holy crap, that was fast. So there's the website. Damn, that was stupid fast. Holy crap. Oops. Nice. All right. I don't know that there's anything else we can do. Oh, one thing I guess we should be doing later. New issue. Assign it myself, and then whatever. Stylize footer and make sticky. Because everyone loves sticky feet. No, oh, gross. It's really gross. Basically the same thing as the well, it's similar to what I want to do with the header, whereas the header will stay with you as you scroll, but the footer, we want to make it not necessarily sticky, not sticky. I want it to be, what is it? I guess, I don't know what, there's another term for it, but basically the idea is if the page is really short, like most pages are here, it'll still be at the bottom. But if it's longer than the bottom, then you'll still have to scroll down to get to the footer. So the footer will just always default to the bottom of the page, or the bottom of the browser if there's no other content there. So that's the idea there. And then meanwhile, the navigation will just follow you as you're scrolling. We call that an enhancement. Oops, label enhancement. All right. Anything else? I don't think so. I think that's going to be it for today. This is going to be a fun one to edit. 4 hours, I don't have to just scroll through, but yeah, I hope this is useful for someone. I think we got plenty of things done today. Usually, what I like what we did today is that usually a lot of developers will lean on Bootstrap or other things, other tools like that to do navigations like we did today. But you don't have to, and it's a lot less CSS and JavaScript being imported into your project if you do some of the stuff yourself when you don't need to. And a lot of this can be repackaged. Like, I mean, if I want to make another website, I just start changing color schemes and change verbiage, and I can make a second website. So I think it's worth considering, learning how to develop without Bootstrap or other tool sets like that, just because, like I said before, when you know the basics, it makes you a much better developer, and it also makes tools like Bootstrap a lot easier to use once you actually understand what it is they're legitimately doing, rather than just assuming that it's just a big old chunk of code that does things for you. So anyway, with that, I bid everyone adieu and good night, and stay safe, stay hydrated, stay fed, and don't be shy to reach out on the GitHub and start submitting ideas for what we should do with the website. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Bye.